Oh, hello everyone. Hello. I forgot to turn on my microphone there. But please forgive me. We're back. Another beautiful day. Another amazing day of streaming. So, without further ado, I think we should just jump right into it. I did a bit of work on Penguin Heist this morning, but you know what day it is. It's the day of Slorb Gleeble Gumble. Slorb Gleeble Gumble. Let's get right to it. Skadoosh. Here we are. Okay. So, I did a little bit more work on this one here. There's a custom editor interface I have, which we're gonna need to develop some way to handle like projectiles. I think we're gonna go with prefabs, and we'll do a folder abilities, and then we do a folder deliveries, and we can create. So we'll start with just having like spheres. So this is like a projectile. Oh, that's the scene. Okay, cool. Right. So a projectile, imagine, would be something like this size. I guess the projectile itself would have a radius. I guess maybe that would be size, a parameter of projectile. Be size. That makes sense to me. All right. So that's the projectile, which should be a trigger. I guess it could be a projectile. Okay, so that's projectile. And then we need to make a AoE. Well, I mean, a projectile, I mean, really an AoE projectile, it's sort of the same thing, but we'll call this AoE just for okay. So, here's the thing. When we spawn in a AoE or a projectile, I guess we could have scripts on every single projectile and then initialize the projectile with the effects. We could have effect runners on these, so these could all have effect runners, right? And the effect runners execute based on the right. Hello, Carl Johnson. Long time no see. How you doing, CJ? You following that damn train? Am I right? Just a little joke. And then we can have a public. Big Smoke's troubling me a lot. Ah, shit, yeah. Wait. But an effect ref doesn't have... It has one effect spec. Okay. Right. But it's not just an effect ref. I mean, because the delivery... The ability runner... Mm-hmm. Because you'd have this, and that would... So this event essentially spawns in the... Not run delivered effects, spawn delivered effects, essentially. Hello, KSCJ. That's another CJ. You're familiar with Carl Johnson of GTA San Andreas fame? He's in the chat. Not familiar? Wait. But that's the effect. What the heck? I think we'll call it not spawn delivered effect, but spawn effect delivery. Delivery and effect. Hey, V38 Armageddon. And then the effect spec. We can do yeah, effect spec bar delivery spec equals, or delivery params equals delivery. Hello, Gufford. So basically at this point, I did a bit of bug fixing in Penguinize this morning, but I just got started with Slorb Gleeble Gumble again. But basically what I've done, I can show you here. So I have some abilities here. I have the strong firebolt and the weak fire AoE. So what I've done is that a delivery, so like a delivery mechanism, whether that's an explosion, a projectile, or like you know, an AoE projectile, melee, whatever. It has a intensity, a start delay, a repeat, and an interval. So this little graph here shows how the attack is delivered. So right now it's not the nicest visual, but this, you know, just a full bar shows that it's like, it's just a single attack, right? But if we have this projectile here, this starts at 0. And then let's say after a, first it fires 1 projectile with full intensity. Then we can say that after 1 second of firing, or 0.5 seconds of firing, it fires 1 projectile. But not just 1 projectile, it fires 3 projectiles, repeats with an interval of 0.1. So you see, fires the first projectile, like so, and then the second projectile, bam, bam, bam. And then in the link, we can say that the second firing, meaning projectile 1, Arvinin. I'm good, bunny. But then I can just tick in what ability I want it to be hooked up with. So this is like, I can dish out abilities and I can make this interface way nicer. But like already, this is super nice to work with, so I can dish out many variations. And this is the manual stuff, but you can imagine this procedurally generated extremely easy. A penguin with corn. Blasphemy. Okay, but yeah, we have the weak fire and strong fire, which are one is delivery explosion, type explosion. I would say that explosion type has a growing AoE size, whereas an AoE has like a fixed. But maybe that's just a parameter. Maybe explosion is just AoE. So maybe we should just change the delivery type to not have explosion, but just be AoE. I think I missed the stream yesterday. Yeah, maybe. Because if you have like 0 speed AoE, then that's instant. But if you have higher speed AoE, then that's over time. So explosion would have a radius, but also a speed. Whereas AoE would be just fixed radius, 0 speed. So we don't need to just look at the delivery parameters. We need to look at the delivery type. So var delivery type we can do delivery spec equals delivery dot delivery. Hey, Racer Boy, what's up? I'm making Slorb Gleeble Gumble. And then private void oh my god, Gabo Diaz. It's always some new person shows up to advertise to viewers. I mean, these are real accounts too. Like, these are people who got hacked. Bro, how do you understand all this text? It just looks like gibberish to me. Well, that's if you're the one who wrote it, it's easier to get. So we have spawn projectile, I guess. I don't know. I think, yeah. Private void spawn projectile effect. And then you'd have, here we can assume the type is projectile. And then we just case projectile, spawn projectile effect, and then we just pass the effect. Or it would still need the delivery params. But the thing is, we still need the intensity. What's delivery params? It's the parameters of the delivery. I'm working on an effect system, which is I'm trying to be quite modular. So like abilities basically are separated into the delivery mechanism and the effect that the delivery mechanism provides. So one example would be a fire bullet, right? The delivery is a projectile because a bullet is a projectile, and the effect is fire. But it's not just fire, it's fire, but maybe it's also like physical damage. Maybe it applies like lasting dot damage. Maybe once the fire connects, it explodes, you know? So that's like, you know, the separation of the delivery and the effect. I think delivery params can probably be put in here. I think I want to call it not delivery. I want to call it delivery spec. So here we can basically, because we assume this is projectile, we can assume this is an AoE. I wonder when we spawn. Yeah, because that should probably exist then on the separate. That's the thing. Like when we spawn it, we should just spawn it and give it the parameters it needs on spawn. And not. Yeah, okay. Let's have the effect runner and also the delivery runner. Because these execute based on the actual data. And then instead of having the ability runner doing a bunch of this shit, spawn projectile effect, spawn AoE effect. Because we are just passing. We can assume that all of these projectiles, AoE, whatever it is, always have the effect runner and the delivery runner. We can just spawn delivered. Spawn effect delivery. Okay, yeah. Let's see. We would want to. Yeah, because this is not spawn. This is select effect delivery. Yeah, oh yeah, don't worry about Emily. When Emily was born, their head got like caught on the way out and they lost a lot of oxygen. So it's kind of, you know, Emily's kind of weird. So don't mind Emily. Yeah, no problem, Razor Boy. Did you know he likes penguins more than one? Oh, yeah, yeah. And also, another funny thing about Emily is Emily really enjoys speaking in like third person. So, like when Emily says he, really he's talking about himself. Like, did you know Emily likes penguins more than one would have thought? So it's, yeah, it's very weird quirk. One time they say there's a little like rumor. There's a little rumor in Emily's school when Emily was younger that Emily took one of these like penguin statues from the natural what's it called like biology class or something. Like took one of those and like carved a hole out in the bottom. It's like freaky stuff, dude. I don't even want to get into it. Yeah, very, very horrifying stuff. Confessing is the first step to repentance. Good on you. And what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, it's just Emily. He's like the, what do you say? Like the class clown a little bit. But instead of like laughing at him, you just feel sorry for him. You sort of just laugh, not because it's funny or anything, or not because it's like original, just because it just makes you sad, you know, that he's like really trying, but everything he does just sort of falls flat. Yo, how are you, Royal Corn? I'm good, Druv Atil. I'm good. Everybody trying to be a keyboard warrior? Yep. You said it, Racer Boy. You said it. Good point. Alright, I need the friggin' transform. Damn, this seems hard. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit confusing, even to me. It's my to be in the penguin that is in a knob. Yeah, great. That's I have no clue what that means, but yeah, sounds like you put a lot of effort into that, so I'm proud of you. Proud of you for trying. I'm sure ChatGPT might be able to decode what you meant. My friend got selected at Amazon and he's a vibe coder, and all projects he did are copied from GitHub. Hey, congratulations to your friend. I hope he gets fired. Bruh, ChatGPT is failing too? Well, apparently not. ChatGPT just got a job at Amazon. By the sounds of it. Oh, I shouldn't. Apparently he's a front-end web dev guy and got interviews at Qualcomm for Silicon Chip or something. Web dev front... Wait, what? How would he get... if he's a friggin' front-end web dev, why would he get interviews for, like, hardware? Got a friend over here who does WordPress sites using GPT. Yeah. That's one way to do it. Something is not making sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he does it, but apparently he like memorized all common interview questions. Yeah, well that's what people do. They memorize the freaking questions because it's all LeetCode problems for whatever reason. and then they get hired, and it turns out that lead code is actually one of the worst friggin' ways to scan for like applicant competency. And you know, all these HR interviewer people aren't even technical people, so they, you know, they don't know any better, but they just know that like leak code is the way to do it. And then you get people who can't work on projects working for you, you know, like it doesn't transfer one-to-one. Being able to solve leak code is a completely separate skill, but I wouldn't even call it a skill. It's like, it's nothing but memorization. Like, you know, you can argue that all learning is memorization, but I would say, you know, it gets to a point where memorization only gets you so far, and then you have to actually have the experience to back up, sort of, you know, especially in like project structuring and architecture and stuff like that. It's very difficult to just, you know, memorize that kind of stuff. You need to have worked with it. It's sort of like, just because you can say which, you know, programming pattern best applies to a situation doesn't mean you can actually leverage it across the scope of a project in an efficient manner and in a long-lasting manner. It doesn't mean you can get along well with coworkers either. Why are we talking about this? Because some guy just got hired, according to Druv, some guy got hired by Amazon based on a portfolio made by a GPT and copy-pasted GitHub projects, and wrote memorization of leak code problems. But I mean, that's the thing also. I mean, that's why people are going to universities as well, because they, you know, it's become this it's become this thing to see university as the means to an end, not like an opportunity for learning. Like, people show up there because they hear that there's money at the end of the rainbow, you know? Many people who show up to like computer science or ended up in tech don't do it because they like programming, or don't do it because they're interested in tech. They just do it because they heard, oh, you can get a lot of money from this. And then reality hits them in the face, where it turns out that, hey, if you suck at like everything with regards to like programming or tech, people aren't so likely to hire you unless you're really, really good at fake it till you make it, you know? Which in the case of Druv, I mean, seems like it worked, but the vast majority, fake it till you make it won't work when you're actually looking for a job. They'll call your bullshit, and then whoop-de-doo, you end up not getting hired, and you act all shocked. I mean, you know, that shit flew back in like COVID or whatever, when the market wasn't hyper saturated and every single tech company was expanding. But now, I mean, reality's hitting people in the face. But if you're absolutely killer software dev, I mean, you're gonna get hired. Those are always in need, but then you have to actually apply yourself and not just try to take the shortest path every single time you get the opportunity. Hiring business is pretty easy. Not in the West. I don't know about over there, but in the West, it's a dire situation for most people. But it's dire compared to the situation we were used to. It's not. I wouldn't guess that it's any more. You know. It's just that there hasn't been enough software devs to go around. Now there are enough software devs to go around, or at least supposedly there are enough educated ones, enough people who pass through the ringer of university. But again, as it's turning out, university is not a good gauge for skill. It's a good gauge for being able to stick with something for 3 to 5 years and get a degree. But yeah, it's not an indication of any sort of competency. Anyone can get into tech these days. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think, you know, there are two kinds of people who will get into tech in this oversaturated market. And I'm speaking oversaturated. Okay, like if you're looking at the market I'm speaking from a Western perspective here, Western perspective. That means Europe and the US, right? From that perspective, there was an assumption made for many, many years that if you got a college degree in computer science or software engineering, you would get a job in tech. Like, that was a guarantee, essentially. And it was essentially a guarantee because there were so few people graduating with a degree from university. Now, fast forward to a post-COVID time, everyone has been flocking to tech because they hear about these great pays. They see all these videos from like my life in a day working at Google, my life in a day working at Microsoft, and it's like all these, company benefits, and they're like, oh, I need to get into tech. I just want to get like these cushy jobs where I don't have to do anything. And so everyone flocks to tech. So many people graduating in computer science and software engineering. Now the market is flooded. It's facing massive layoffs after COVID. So like everyone's getting fired. And now there's simply too many software devs with degrees to go around. And those who are being hit the hardest are not necessarily the ones who are competent. It's the one who did the like fake it till you make it approach to get through college with the assumption that they would get a job at the end of it. So it's, that's sort of the situation. But I think another group of people who have it hard are people who are sort of between senior, junior, who have like the expertise, but are looking for like these sort of middle positions. I think those have sort of gone away from my experience. I think a lot of people have their, they expect that, they were working COVID, got laid off, they have work experience, and they're expecting like a pretty decent pay, but they're not getting hired because a lot of those positions were just simply cut. Anyway, enough about that situation. I think there are more than enough people on YouTube discussing this shit. I wonder, because we have the parameters here, we can like iterate, maybe we can generalize this to make like an easier. Not private void, but private list curve param effect. Get params. And this would, I mean, it's not super data oriented. You like the background music? Awesome. The background music, it's PlayStation games. So this one is Chrono Cross, another Termina. This is not Penguin GTA. What I'm working on right now is called Slorb Gleeble Gumble. The idea is you have these creatures called slorbs, and you're supposed to teach them gumbles, which is spells. It was third person, yeah. And you teach them gumbles by speaking to them, right? So you get like these gumble scrolls, gumble gobs as they're called, and all the spells are randomly generated, and different slorbs have different like levels and stuff, and then you have to teach them different spells, and then they will cast the spell. So like you speak to your slorb and you're like, Gumble Gob, you know, maybe that's the name of a spell, Gumble Gob, and you don't know what it means, and then the slorb speaks back to you because it's recording your voice clip and it says Gumble Gob, and then like it explodes or something, you know. So that's the idea for the game. The pitch of the game is that the slorbs get taught spells that you don't know what they're doing, and you just hope and pray that they do something good. But eventually you will learn what the spells do because you recognize the words in the scrolls. But you don't know because all the scrolls are like bullshit words. They're all just made up. So that's the idea. Boss fights? No, it's I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm just trying to prototype something and see if it's even fun. I literally started working on this game 2 days ago. How did you get this penguin avatar? This looks so good. I made it myself. Completely handmade. And then I'm using face tracking to get the right orientation of the head. And then it's just custom animations and stuff. Yeah, it looked like a VTuber in a penguin suit. That's sort of the idea. Wait. Var param def equals get params. Hello, Soup. Do you do videos without the penguin suit? No. Ah, Emily just came out the closet. Are there different colors of Slorb? Yeah, I want to have different colors of Slorb. I want to have like all different kinds. I think I'm just gonna ban Emily. I don't like the vibe. There's no point. Let's see here. Half my messages aren't showing. Well, now none of them are going to show. Get banned, Emily. Get banned. Do Slorbs get hats? I think probably they're gonna get hats. They're gonna at least have trinkets, like, you know, necklaces and stuff. Wait, what did I do with the... Because you would evaluate the curve, but then you'd have the definition. That's the description. Allowed delivery type. Right. Okay, so you'd need to... But that gets boiled down. Max clamp, min clamp. I wonder... Wait, I want to see. So I would have the params here. There's the distance. Distance, radius, speed. And these are just clamp values. And the default value is 1. But then when I create an actual ability... How much for a sponsored by Humane UI banner? Dude, I don't know. Never gotten sponsored before. Just kidding. This stream is sponsored by Robber Island. The room is bigger on the inside. Right, so the delivery spec. See, that's the thing here. Like, we have the definition, and I have the curve, and the min and the max.
Corn will put you in the bin. Boom, band.
Band. Do you know how to play instruments? Cause you're a band. Get it? Get it? That's funny. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. Yeah, I don't know if this min and max clamp is even necessary. I don't think I'll use these. Like, the unit can be necessary, because that can be... Daddy Frosty gets it. Frosty gets it. Yeah, I don't think I need the min-max clamp. It is good to have the allowed delivery type. Default value, I don't know if that's even necessary. Yeah, let's remove this shit. Integer, I guess. Unit, yeah, sure. We'll leave that around. Yeah, subscribe to Twitch, guys. That would be so funny. I always do jokes. Stack hint. Yeah, that's gonna be necessary. Is the Twitch handle the same as his YouTube? No, my Twitch handle is Goidelify. I guess that is the same. Goidelify, guys. Go on to Twitch at Goidelify. That's where all the cool people hang.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Snowstradamus has learned to dance.
There you go, guys. Yeah, I also offer a safe space here in case you want to discuss anything from money issues to being bullied at school. Thank you so much for subscribing, Snowstradamus. Nostradamus. I get it. It's funny. Since when the streak here? Wait, what the fuck? You get streaks? Yo, what you working on today? I'm working on Slorb Gleeble Gumble. Slorb Gleeble Gumble. That's the thing of today. I have autism. Can you fix it? Just close your eyes and imagine you don't have autism. Did it work? Can I get a Slorb that has a police hat like my Otter profile pic on Discord? That would be nice. Were you still working on that Penguin GTA game? It didn't work? Well, it works for some. So I've heard. So the legend goes. Yeah. Sometimes it works in the extreme cases as well. You never know. You never know. It's an unreliable but tried and true technique. I find it works best with those who don't have any autism to begin with. For those, it has a 100% success rate. Yeah, join in Twitch, Racer Boy. Yeah, I don't have autism now, but I think I got depression now. Ah. Same thing there, just close your eyes and imagine yourself without depression. Now that's a trick for the century. Okay, so we have the curve, the max, the min, and then, but we need to know the intensity with which the effect runs. Public, float, intensity, right? Because we're just running the effects with a certain amount of intensity, but we need let's try to get to 100 subs today, guys. We can do this. We only need 85 more subs. We can do this, guys. Wait, but this is not gonna bring in the multipliers. Maybe we can look at the multipliers later, though, because I mean, actually, Penguin GTA had to pause for now after a Valve meeting with Gabe and Infra department, and they realized that they would launch of Penguin GTA would cripple the Steam servers for years. This is true. This is true, guys. This is actually true. Gabe Newell contacted me. He woke me up. He called me last night and he said he woke up in a cold sweat saying that I don't know how to tell you this, that other fish, but you can't release Penguin GTA. And I say to Gabe, what are you talking about, Gabe? Of course I'm going to release Penguin GTA. There's nothing you can do to stop me. And he said, I'm really sorry, but our servers just cannot handle the amount of users that are going to be downloading Penguin GTA. Please, give us time to build up our servers, delay the release of Penguin GTA, give us a chance. And I said, hey, for you, my friend, for you, one of my best friends, Gabe Newell, of course I'll delay Penguin GTA, but only by a few days. And he said, thank you. That's all we need. That's all we're gonna need. It is recorded on Sora. You can go on the Sora app and you can see the video right there. I mean, you know, I have many war stories to tell about my meetings with Gabe Newell, Bill Gates, even one controversial one I had last year with Elon Musk. But I don't want to get into the weeds about these things. So, let's keep secrets secret, huh? These were just conversations held in rooms between two mutually respecting people. And my lips remain sealed. Okay. Wait, but they get the ref. Aha. Okay, so that should handle the bullet thing. On trigger enter for a physical damage. Now, for a projectile, I guess if we have the count of projectiles. Yeah. 5 ads, about to fight the Twitch devs. Please. I was speaking to, what's his name? Dan Schneider? No, what's Dan Twitch? He said he was gonna put my stream on the front page of Twitch. And then he said he can't do it because he has been sick with COVID, so he's trying to take some time away from the computer. But as soon as he gets healthy again, he's gonna put me on the front page of Twitch. That's what he told me in the phone call I had with him. But that's confidential, guys, so don't let that information spread. Don't let that proliferate, so to speak. Oh yeah, feed Corngwin is still broken. Don't feed me, guys. Don't feed me. You'll get scammed. It's not a good idea.
I am Rich Rick, the richest penguin on this side of the equator.
Snowstradamus cheered 100 bits.
Thank you so much for the bits. You know, it's not the full amount, but typically at 300 bits, I give myself a hat. But just because you're a new member of the stream, I'm gonna give myself a hat. Ay caramba! Thick hat selection, amigo. Thank you. I wonder what kind of desks they make here. Maybe there is a model with spikes on the table. Sounds as ergonomics as those chairs we looked at. Yeah. Do they have IKEA in Uzbekistan? Because I have the raising / lowering desk from IKEA. It's quite nice, actually. I need to be able to get like a quick... No, otherwise, okay, yeah. There's no neighboring country that has one. Am I right? It's just a joke, it's just a joke. We tried to help them expand. They said sure, but only through Russia, and excuses ensued. Ah. So we have here, I'm thinking I need to see private bool as parameter an int param id return delivery ref dot delivery spec dot parameters dot any yeah, I think we're gonna do this without garbage collection. Bar, oh yeah, we can just do get params. Sorry. Var get params dot for if e dot id f dot id param id true and return false. Okay, and then if not as parameter found one, it's only 22 hours away in Russia. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, that's only one country away, right? So I mean 22 hours, but it's still in the same, you know. It's pretty good. Who up soupin' they soup? I remember in my private and high school days, I used to soup my soup, but then, well, I don't want to get into it. We do a private float evaluate. Well, the thing is, a parameter. I guess evaluate param is probably fine. And then we need, because we evaluate the delivery parameter. The parameter is what type of curve param delivery. Spec architecture is super cool. I like it. I myself have not seen spec architecture, but I trust you. Oh man, I gotta go educate. Oh man. Rat. That's crazy. Wait, what? I'm just, wait, what? Um... Soviet mosaics so hard. Interesting. Wait. Okay. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so I guess it should be in fixed update. And then instead of looking at, I guess, radius and has parameter speed. But the thing is, it's for radius speed, but not if it's a projectile. Wait, okay, we might have to, because I mean we spawn different prefabs, but does the delivery tell us about what type of delivery? I would guess so. Yeah. The spec would tell us about the type. But I guess flat out, if there is a radius but there is no speed, we would know that that we set the radius from the start. But if there is a radius in fixed update, here is where we'd have to say, this is the tricky part now, because we have to do a switch basically on the type. Effect, or not defect, it's delivery ref dot delivery spec dot type case, and if it's a projectile then we move it, but we need to probably, I guess, make separate methods for this. Might be the cleanest way. So we do private void process projectile. Hello again. Why you don't use AI? I don't use AI because blah blue glob gleep blue blob glabe glob gleep glob glab crap crap mwah.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Now that
That
was worth a follow. Thank you so much. I like to inspire people with my words.
Garthan said, nice to see you and hope for you all the best. Be strong.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the inspiring words. Appreciate it. Sorry. Had something in my throat there. I had something in my throat once. Turns out it was love. Oh my god, that's disgusting, man. Keep that shit in the bedroom, dude. What the fuck? No offense, though. No intent to shame. Wait, what's the magnitude? I guess the radius would clamp the magnitude, so we would just do that. But we need the radius parameter. Private? Because I guess it would just be endlessly increasing in size otherwise. It doesn't... That's the problem with an AoE, is it doesn't have like a decay. There has to be like a default decay. If there's no decay, we assume private, float, try, get, param, try, evaluate, param, which is param, or param ID, I guess. Should be a bool and then out float value.
That meow said, strong as two bears. He.
Oh, good point. Oh, right, we have to clamp with magnitude. There we go. Projectile param, so we'd have the speed. I guess there should be a distance as well. I don't know. Did I have distance as a parameter? Sorry. Just got some love stuck in my throat. Params, deliveries, distance, radius, speed. Yeah, I guess distance would be... because its speed would say that's the speed with which it travels, but then we need to keep track of the actual distance traveled as well. Bar delta equals transform dot forward multiplied by velocity times delta time. I guess that's the thing. We'd want to clamp it somehow, but we can start without the clamp for now, just to keep it simple so we can actually get this shit up and running. And then distance travel plus equals delta. And then if distance traveled is greater than or equals to the try evaluate. Oh, okay, wait. So maybe the default value is reasonable to have then. Public float default value. Delivery and also the effect param. Because then we shouldn't return 1 or 0, we should return the default value. Okay, if it doesn't have it... Oh. Right, we're looking at try evaluate param because that's if it has it, otherwise it's 0. Or it shouldn't be 0. Wait, but that try evaluate param tells us whether or not we have the parameter. That's the thing. How would we get the default? Oh, how would we get the default value at that point if we don't have the parameter? We'd need to maintain some dictionary or something, a list. Yeah, okay. Well, we can do that later as well then. If it's greater or equal to try evaluate param and then delivery param dot speed out, not speed, distance, but we would say var max distance equals if it does, then it's v, otherwise it's some default value. Let's say 5. Okay. Yeah, I think... Yeah, it's tricky. We'll replace that. That's going to be a to-do for us, but now we at least have we process the parameter per delivery. So this is area of effect for which we have speed and we grow, and then we have the speed of a bullet which travels up to a distance, and this is the radius. So that's pretty good there. And then the effect deals physical damage on trigger enter. So this is pretty good. This is pretty good. So now we have the ability runner, which needs to have the prefabs. These guys here. So it needs the AoE prefab and the projectile prefab. But then here, yeah, we need to run ability, which gets used on the slorb. And the slorb itself has, yeah, primary ability. So let's just pop in some abilities and see what happens. And also, let's go to the we need to have another delivery parameter, which is the duration. Duration. And this is seconds. Allow delivery type is, I guess, not the projectile. I don't know. I don't think the projectile should really have a duration. I think that's a bit weird, but the slime should stick around for a number of seconds. The spike should be up for amount of seconds. The bubbles can fly around for amount of seconds, and the AoE would stick around. Yeah, that makes sense. Can Godot make your game? Yeah, this game you can easily make in Godot. You can also make this game using RPG Maker, amazing engine, by the way. You can also make it using Spore Galactic Adventures. That's an amazing game engine, Spore Galactic Adventures. You can make this game in Spore Galactic Adventures. Okay, so we take the physical damage. I thought RPG Maker was only 2D. No, you can make 4D games even in RPG Maker. You can make 4D games. There's no limit to the stuff you can do. It's gone very far, that engine. It's not at all the same as it used to be. Delivery runner. So for the AoE here, if param ID. All right, we need to recalculate the parameters. So this is a little handy tool I made for the Gumball. Generate param IDs, so that dynamically generates a class of static members that allows me to see what parameter IDs exist. Very nice. If param ID equals delivery param dot duration, and then we can say if var max duration equals evaluate param. We just do var value equals evaluate param, because we don't need to repeat that. But we can still do this. I think for clarity's sake, it's good to just say it like this. Even though it is like not inlined, I think it is a much clearer way to express it. Var max duration value. And then distance traveled, just like this. We can change this to time since spawn. Say time since spawn plus equals time dot delta time. Or rather, it should be happening after it. I want to be precise, I think. And then max duration if time spawn is greater than or equals to max duration. Destroy. Yeah, that's the thing though. If you don't have a duration, then you would need for an AoE, because an AoE is going to disappear at some point. You can't have a permanent AoE because it doesn't have a duration. That feels a bit weird. But let's just add a duration for now, and we'll say, yeah, it's 1 and then 3. Explosion has a speed and a radius. Right, because if it has a speed, then the moment it reaches... Well, I guess it could have a duration as well, but if it doesn't have a duration, then it should. If not pass parameter delivery param dot duration. If transform or if the new writer UI? Wait, is this the new writer UI that I'm using right now? I feel like, you know, I get introduced to a new UI and then within like less than a week I forget that it's new. It just feels old again. I don't mind it, at least. Old one is way better. Yeah, I don't remember how the old one was. I mean, I used it since 2018 or whatever, but I guess I just don't care. I'm not a UI guy. Old writer UI. No, that's the new one, I guess. That's also the new one, right? Yeah, I guess I kind of remember it. I don't know. That's the new one, I guess. It's pleasing, but too much white space for Unity project is my gripe. I don't keep shit in assets/scripts. Yellow folders. Yeah, I remember it was more, a little bit more stuff, I guess. I don't know. It's not really bothering me that much, I don't think. Okay, let's see if this slorb spawns in some of these gumbles. So we can have the strong firebolt and the weak fire AoE. I don't know what button I had found to spawn. The B. B should spawn. Okay, we're ready for this. Oh. You're trying to read input using the Unity input. You have switched active input. Can I not use both? Shit! Okay. I need to use the new input system, apparently. I got this player character controller that uses the input system. Move action. Look, jump action. Let's see, jump. How is this implemented? Dot performed plus equals on jump. Okay. Is that on void? Start. Dude, the get key down. This is so much nicer. I just like being able to just hard code shit like this. Anyway. Spawn ability or usability or whatever, I don't know. And then I need to have the player input, which is... I didn't write this shit. I have no clue. Is it getting it from like get component? Right, okay. I'm doing good. Right, okay. Wait, input action, right. Use ability. And then use ability dot performed plus equals. I mean, it's the big benefit of this that you can hook in events, and also that the back end is more robust for like controller inputs. Is that the idea? Work's going well. I did some fixes with Penguinize. The multiplayer's been kind of buggy, so I did some of that this morning. And now I'm doing Slorb Gleeble Gumble. Because I like, for me, personally, working with like the input system, like the old way, has not been a pain in the ass. But again, I'm not someone who has worked professionally with inputs, you know. I just hook it up to buttons. It's easy to remap because it's all key codes. The only time I struggled was with like controller input, like switching between a gamepad and a keyboard. That's the only time I ever struggled. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I like it too. For me it was like, you know, people. It's the same thing with the canvas, like the UI stuff. Like I just don't. For me, it's never been a pain in the ass. But maybe that's the thing. You just you know, if you work in something and only something, you'll notice all the pains that it brings. Does it have to return something? Like here, you know. What is this like boilerplate bullshit? Wait. On jump. Wait, that's just a void, but it takes the input. Okay, wait. No, okay, yeah. You don't have to save the action. You don't. It's the autocomplete. The autocomplete. There. And then it needs to shit, change the signature. There we go. It takes the context. Okay. But yeah, I mean, look. So I want to read the, you know, I have to go through actions. Can I not just buy hard code, just bind it to, I have to have like an action for a specific, there's not like action and just say like this key. Because if you want to see if a button is pressed using the old input system, it's one line. You can see, was it released? Was it pressed? Is it being pressed? One line. Use ability dot the type, bindings, controls enabled, in progress, interactions, name, phase, processors, triggered, is pressed. I guess is pressed is probably, but still, I mean, you have to hook it up. Like it's all, you have to do it through the proprietary input thing. Like you get one of these, like input system actions things, and then you have to add here. You have like the player and UI. You can have like submenus, and you can add action, which is like, I don't know. I'll just call it debug or whatever. And then you have to bind it, and you can have like, it's a button value pass through path, and this will just call it like B, right? So, oh, wait, B, there. Too much for nothing crazy, in my opinion, but in what world would Unity not have both work together? I mean, you can have both running simultaneously. You can have both. But they keep saying, don't do it, don't do it. This is going to be deprecated. This is going to be deprecated. Don't do it. We're going to remove the old input system. Maybe I need to chat GPT this thing and see more precisely what better ways there are to because you need that rapid. You don't want to have to go through, you know, a proprietary input file thing, hook up a bunch of things, create a bunch of variables just to read if a key is being pressed. I just want to see is a key being pressed. That's it. I'm just gonna see here. Is there a simple one-liner in the new Unity input system to see if a key is pressed? Like just simple key code comparison. Like input not then key. Yes, with the new input system, keyboard.current.c key. Okay. Okay, there is a way. There is a way. Phew. Keyboard.current. That's the thing. That's the same thing they do with gamepad.current, because that's what I was using to check gamepad input. Keyboard.current. So there is There is, you know, but that's the thing, you look at like tutorials and shit, they don't mention this stuff because it always has to be done like the right way. But, you know, you would think that, that they would mention this stuff. But of course, this is not the way you're supposed to do it. This is, of course, for debug purposes, right? But I guess now we know. You know, now we know. Okay, let's see here. By the way, what do you think about my shadow shaders? These are custom made. Look how they like blend. Yeah, I modified the shadow shader that's in the URP. It's just taking the strongest value, basically. It's based on Adam Griew's code that he used for a short hike for like terrain blending. And I just applied the same algorithm to the shadows. Anyway, let's see. Object reference not set to an instance of object. Frick! What the fuck? I told you. Okay, I'm not gonna do this thing. Oh, it doesn't have a player input thing. Okay, yeah, let's just scratch this thing. We're not gonna do the friggin' performed bullshit. We're gonna do this in update. Void update. I love any shading though. You can make such cool shit with just VFX and style. Yeah, I hope to make it look a bit better this Slorp game. Right now, I'm just throwing out anything to make it look at least slightly distinct, but it looks like garbage still. I've done this style so many times where I just throw like a pixel shit filter, a bunch of fog, and then have like these pixelated textures. I've done that to death. Since like it's been my signature style since like 2017. If keyboard dot current dot key what is that how we do it? Yeah, that's how they did it. Then spawn random ability. Okay, let's try this, Slorp. It spawned a bullet! But it's not moving. Good job, Slorb! You've made your country proud. I know what the issue is, though. It's the delivery mechanism is not. I wonder if the Gen A like that. Maybe we like it because it's nostalgic to the... Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's the... It is the whole... DSI. I wish I had even a basic understanding of coding, but the vibes are great. Yeah, the vibes are great. Gamer Duo? Gamer Duo like Duolingo? Who's Gamer Duo? Okay, Slorb. This is your time to shine. Show me what you got. Slorb, cast your spell. Slorb? We're gonna have to throw in a debug break after this one. 1x, 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 1 love the vibes? Yeah. For sure, dude. Wait. It's not spawning the ability, though. Florb! Use your ability. Slorb, I'm pressing B. Rockhead. Yeah. Slorb. I'm pressing B. Input system has failed me yet again. Was pressed this frame. Here. Whoa! Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it, Slorb? I don't see it. It's supposed to be spawned. There it is. Okay. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Windows API? Screw the Windows API. This is multi-platform. Okay, so we step 1. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. Good job, Slorb. Okay, it's standing still. It has the projectile ref and everything. But it's not really executing anything on it. Slorb, I'm disappointed in you. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, Slorb. This is below my expectations. I thought you'd do way better with this. This bullet isn't even flying, Slorb. This bullet isn't even flying. Let's see what the issue is. Okay. Run linked delivery. Spawn effect delivery. Instantiate delivery projectile prefab. And then we set the effect runner and everything. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I want a refund on my Slorb. I'm gonna teach this Slorb the suicide spell. That's how upset he made me. Let's see. It's gonna be in the delivery runner, but I mean, it is moving. Wait. No, never mind. That's not. Okay. Process projectile parameter. Does the bullet have speed? How do you do KSCJ? How do you do? Deliveries. It has distance, but it doesn't have speed. That's why it's not moving. Of course. Of course. Of course the bullet's not moving. It doesn't have the speed. It's moving, but it's moving backward. Look out, Slorb. The bullet's coming for you. You're amazing. You're doing so great, Slorb. Another bullet for me. Wait. Let's do this one more time here, Slorb. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna need you to do your best, okay, Slorb? Spawn a bullet for me. Just one bullet. Just a bullet, Slorb. Look out, Slorb! Duck! Oh, man. He's got the reactions of a turtle. Or a tortoise. I don't know which one's slower. Tortoises are probably pretty fast. All things considered. When are you going to write a shader using GPU assembly? Gabe has informed me it's a must for the approval of Penguin GTA. Look, man, last I spoke to Gabe, he said you got free reigns to do whatever you want with Penguin GTA. If you want to add penguin strippers, you can do that. You have the green light from me. In fact, special request, please add the penguin hookers. He said that to me, and I said, Gabe, you dirty dog. I might add the penguin hookers, but if I don't, you're gonna have to be okay with that. That's a true story. The true story. Visa and MasterCard not gonna be happy. I mean, that's what I told Gabe. That's what I told Gabe. I said, you dirty dog, Gabe. You know that Visa and MasterCard are not hype on this whole, you know, promiscuity thing. And you're talking about, you're here begging me, kissing my feet, begging me to add penguin hookers and strippers to my child-friendly penguin game. And I said, Gabe, I don't think I can do that for you. Okay, let's try this. He shot out a bullet. Oh, why is it going that direction? Slorb? Why is it... It's spawning them over there. Oh, it's spawning them at the origin. It's not... It's... Okay. Okay, Slorb. Show me what you got. Wait, that's your forward direction, Slorb? What's this supposed to mean? You dirty dog, Slorb. Let's see here. Okay, you do have a little bit of rotation. But that means that this is your forward. Okay. Okay, I can deal with this, Slorb. I can deal with this. This is gonna work, Slorb. We'll work with this. Okay. Are you ready, Slorb? This is when you're gonna show everyone what a good var offset y equals. Why does the Slorb look like my ex? I don't know, I guess maybe your ex was yellow and fuzzy. Okay, let's try this, Slorb. Look, you're gonna spit a bullet. Bullet! Bullet, Slorb! Use the bullet spell! Bullet, Slorb! Oh, god damn it, Slorb. Bullet! Bullet, I say! Can't trust anyone these days. Not even your own Slorb. Bullet! Slorb! Use the bullet! I'm trying to make my Slorb spawn a bullet, but... You know, these days you can't trust anyone, can you? Debug.break. I'm pressing B, Slorb. I'm pressing B. You're supposed to be spawning a bullet right now. Slorb. Slorb. And man, this shit garbage. Slorb, I remember back when you could do all kinds of tricks, like spawn bullets and fire bullets out your asshole. What happened to those days, huh, Slorb? You used to fire bullets out your ass. Now you can't even fire a bullet out your mouth. Come on, Slorb. Okay. Here we go, Slorb. Here we go. Do it for the team. Do it for the stream. Oh, that's beautiful, Slorb. More bullets. You're a magician, Slorb. Ooh. Now we're talking, Slorb. You're ready for Slorb warfare. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so now we should be able to just tweak this. So we go into the abilities and we go to the weak fire AoE. And for the explosion, which is the delivery mechanism, we can say that the radius is 10. Okay, there is a little bit of a struggle with the radius explosion. It seems to prematurely off itself. So let's see here. Radius. It tries to evaluate the radius parameter. Okay, it's flipped around. Okay, here we go, Slorb. Show him what you got. Show him what you got. What, Slorb? You're supposed to do the AoE spell. Slorb. Oh, god damn it. Debug. .log. Radius. Max radius. Okay, Slorb. Here we go. 1. Seems like we're struggling to evaluate the parameter of radius on you. Maybe the AoE. It has a minimum of... I mean, the intensity is 1. Slorbs and fan art? Police Soup Slorb, a Guff Slorb, has a cape. Oh, hell yeah, we got the Slorbs. That deserves a mango and a Pongus taco. Okay, I don't... No. Wait. I do not know. Radius is 1, 2, 3. Okay, I mean it is evaluating to the right thing. Let's just debug.log, not the radius, but the what's it, ref, delivery ref.intensity, because it's supposed to be 1. Try evaluate param. Then we return true. Process AoE. Let's just double check that this AoE, AoE. Okay. But is this fire explosion? It's explosion. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it fires bullets. But the intensity is 1. Debug.log max. Just debug.log v. Evaluating it as 1. Which is strange, because the min-max for the radius we can see here, evaluate param. I mean, it would be 0, but it's evaluating it as 1. Oh, okay. Times, so it would be the minimum, which is p dot min, plus that multiplied by p dot max. It's the same thing goes for the effect runner. But I think that's the thing. No, you would want to have that. Okay, yeah. Effect runner. I don't think we evaluate anything here. Take physical damage. I mean, we evaluate there. Private void evaluate param, or we can just do it like that, and we'll oh, we'll just do this. Oh, evaluate param is here. And it's not delivery ref, it's the effect ref. And then this is not curve param effect ref, but rather, yeah, curve param effect. Set params, try evaluate param. Take physical damage. Try evaluate param. Param ID. If, or just evaluate param, I guess. Wait, do we do it in here? We don't evaluate like that. Okay. Return param.min plus multiplied by, oh, it's not param.max, it's param.min max minus param.min. That's how you get the span correctly. Try evaluate param. Oh, and this would evaluate the param of param. Hell yeah. Okay, Slorb. It's your time to shine. Let's restart this. Show us what you got, Slorb. Your time's up. Cast your spell. It's an AoE. Oh. Seems like it just grew up and then doesn't destroy itself, which I guess makes sense. Let's see. Ability runner, delivery runner. If it doesn't have that, wait. Bar magnet. Log magnitude. I just want to see. Like, does it not reach the max radius? I assume it doesn't. Yeah, it's like just below it. So we can say is there like, isn't there like approximately? Isn't there like float approximately or something? What's that? Mathf dot approximately. That's what it is. Magnitude. Max radius. Or magnitude is greater than max radius. That not? Two parameters. Oh, okay. Wait. Will that not work then? I guess it won't. Oh, wait, it seems to work. Yeah, okay. Well, then we can probably just use approximately. Look. Look at this. That's the explosion. That's the bullet. Good slorb. Good slorb. He's spawning bullets and using the AoE. Now we're talking. This is slorb-tastic. Public static bool almost equal. This float value, float B, float within equals. Yeah. I mean, mathf dot approximately. That's more my jam. This fella here. That's what I kind of do, you know? That's more my jam. Okay, now we need to remove the collisions, and then we can put these two slorbs up against each other, and we implement the high damageable trigger. Because we could have other things in the arena that could potentially be damageable. Like, we could add, like, crates or stuff that explode and shit, you know? Not explode and shit, but, like, they explode. And then we'd have the here, AoE, and remove the actual collision. Let's trigger, yes. And now we put slorb against slorb. I'm sorry, slorbs, you're gonna have to fight each other. First slorb to die loses. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Capsule collider or something. Okay, we got the slorb-tastic situation here. And the center a bit higher. There we go. Looks good. Fantastic, Slorb. Fantastic. Now, problem is, they're going to trigger themselves. So we need to ask the owner to the delivery runner, I guess. We need a public, because I mean it's only going to be the Slorbs casting the spells, right? But let's just in case, we'll just set it to be a game object for now. We might change this later, but let's we'll call it the owner. And the same thing goes for the effect runner. Right? So now in the ability runner, knowing the origin is the caster. But will we ever send an origin that is not? Will the origin ever arise from somewhere that is not the caster itself? I mean, depending on the type of spell, you could imagine the origin of the spawn point of the spell being further away. But that should be a part of the... We would call the origin, not the origin, but rather we'll refer to the origin as a caster. Or owner, rather. Let's just keep it consistent so we don't mix up words here and call it caster in some places. It's the owner. So a spell is owned by someone, and then if it can result in self-induced damage, we would say that it, you know, allows to hit owner or whatever. Okay. So now, at this point, we've instantiated the thing, and now we need to here just effect runner dot owner is owner. Effects. Oh wait, I don't know why I can't. Oh, deliver runner dot owner equals owner dot game objects. Sweet. Looking good, Slorbs. Looking real good. You guys are true Slorbs at heart. Ah shit, my Nocco is done. I'm out of Nocco, guys. I need more. I need more caffeine so I can maintain this momentum of Slorb. Okay. And now in the effect spec here, not the effect spec, the effect runner. Fight scene captured, 4K, super real in fan art. Slorb spells confirmed. Go Slorbs. Use bullet! This is actually so slorbified. This is so slorbified. He's using the bullet. He's spitting the bullet out of his mouth. And he's got the Slorb hat. But you'd have to say, instead of use, it's Gumble Bullet. Because they gumble. They use gumbles. The Slorbs. But otherwise, lore accurate. Spitting out bullet. Oh gosh. Gumble Bullet. Okay, so making Slorbs. We can say just from the start, we just assume this. We need a Slorb lore channel. Yeah, maybe we should make like a separate Slorb Discord at some point. The game takes off, but for now, let's keep it in the Penguin Heist Discord for sure. Get component collider dot I guess it's physics dot ignore collision. Var owner colliders equals get components in children collider, and then owner colliders dot for each, and then we ignore collisions between the var collider shelf equals get component. It better work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Promise you. And then we ignore collider, owner, collider, and the collider self. Children? What are you talking about? Unknown burger. What are you talking about? You're crazy. Okay. That should do it. Now we just need to implement the eye damageable on the slorb, add a little health bar. So we have a public float health equals 100, you know? Keep it nice. And then this is going to implement eye damageable there, and then take damage, physical damage, and the elemental damage. Health minus equals damage. Okay, slorbs. It's a slorb versus slorb. The first ever witnessed slorb battle of the century. You have two attacks. The explosion and the bullet. Both very deadly attacks. You have to be careful when using them. You never know. You never know what could happen. Let's see here if these slorbs are up for the challenge of slorb warfare. Let's see. Okay, slorbs, I have you marked. 3, 2, 1, begin! Your AoEs are not reaching each other. You're gonna have to fire. Wait, okay, that's not working. That's not working. Okay, yeah, he used the. Oh, oh. Yeah, that's not working. Let's see. What's the issue? What's the issue? Slorb. Slorb. What's the issue? Do not do any physical damage. I don't think the effects do any physical damage. Let's see the explosion. That's the delivery. Let's see here. What kind of explosions are these? Huh? Damage. Right? Okay. We have some abilities here. Strong Firebolt. Has the effect Strong Fire. You do damage. You do damage. You're literally doing damage. Are you not triggering each other? Debug.log. Other. Damage each other, boys. Damage each other. It's not dangerous. Wait. Okay. Something's... Effect runner. You're supposed to do stuff, slorbs. Let's see. We have the prefabs. They do have sphere colliders. They do have triggers. Slorbs, you're supposed to be... Come on, slorbs. You can do better than this. This some kind of joke? What about this? I think maybe... I mean, it's not colliding with anything, it says. Maybe, oh, it doesn't have the rigid body on it. It needs a kinematic rigid body. That's why. I figured it out, guys. I figured it out. Doesn't it? It needs a kinematic rigid body. Or does the other Yeah, maybe the other one needs to be kinematic. Maybe the slorbs need to be kinematic. Maybe that's the problem. Slorbs. Engage kinematic behavior. Something's happening. It's taking damage. Wait. He's taking damage. It's working. Okay, Slorbs. Sometimes they stop working. I think the... Oh, they're hitting themselves. God damn it, Slorbs. I said you weren't supposed to hit each other. You're supposed to ignore collisions. Oh. I see. There we go, Slorbs. Now there's no more suicide involved. Attack! This is the battle of the century. Slorb against Slorb. Okay, guys. We figure it out. They need to have rigid bodies. Kinematic. Humane physics engine. What the fuck? And then if the health goes down to 0, we just do this here. If health is less than or equals to 0, destroy. Okay. Now we'll see the last Slorb standing. Are you guys ready? This is going to be the first ever deadly Slorb battle. Okay, Slorbs. I call you Steve, and you are Slorbmeister. Steve and Slorbmeister, you will be facing each other in the deadly battle of Slorb. You have 2 gumballs available to you, the area of effect and the bullet. Play nice, play fair, and may the best Slorb survive. Okay? Begin! This is truly the battle of the ages. Look at these Slorbs. They're fighting for their lives. You killed him! Slorbmeister! I always believed in you. You will make a great Slorb one day. Trust me, you'll grow strong. You killed your brother, Steve. Amazing work, Slorbmeister. Amazing work. I'm so proud of you. You're the best of your clan. Don't worry. You'll be eating good tonight. You'll be eating good tonight, Slorbmeister. Ah. Another day, another gumball. Hey, another day, another gumball. The beautiful lake. Lake Constance. Of Slorbvania. I grew up in these parts. I used to go out into the woods with a bow and arrow and shoot Slorbs in the heads. And then roast them over a fire pit. Maybe you're next, Slorbmeister, who knows? Maybe you're next. Okay, that's beautiful. That's absolutely and utterly beautiful. I'm just gonna make myself a coffee. But then, I mean, we have these Slorbs now. They have 2 spells. One of which is the AoE, one is the freaking Firebolt. I'm thinking, which path do we go now? We could go... I think what's relevant to me is different effects, or at least the way that the effects are rendered. So I would imagine that the effects rendered, like if you have a projectile, for example, that would be rendered by a projectile particle system, perhaps, and we can just modify the particle system to render according to the data present in the effect. Now, keep in mind that effects can be stacked. And that's the thing with the effect runner here, is I don't think we're just getting the parameters. But are like, are there multiple effect refs? There are. There should be multiple effect refs. No matter what you build, it will be better than the new Pokemon game. Oh, hell yeah. I'm gonna wipe out all of Pokemon. Yeah, that's the thing. The effect ref on effect delivery. I guess that's the thing. Like, if we have for an identical delivery, we're not spawning for each effect. We're spawning them all at once. So it is going to be a little bit tricky here. We're going to have to do a little bit of custom implementation. Effects. I keep typing list effect ref. People will forget about, yeah, probably. Yeah, that's the thing. So for an effect, we would evaluate param. And same here, get params, effect ref, effect ref. And now here we would have to on trigger enter for effect refs or effect refs dot for each. We can just do that. Same there, and same there. Yeah, okay. Get params. And then we can just do change inner parentheses. Oh, no. I guess we can make a macro. Oops. And then next, I guess, there. Okay, it doesn't work. Shit. Well, I tried. Yeah, because the idea is that you can layer many effects on top of each other. So like a bullet will only be a bullet, right? So the bullet is a delivery mechanism, but you can stack that up. So it could be like a fire electricity bullet. Now, when it comes to rendering that, we're not going to have like, if you shoot a fire electricity bullet, we're not going to stack like a fire and electricity bullet on top of each other. We're going to have one single bullet with the effect stacked, and then render based on that data. So maybe like if electricity is like, you know, a light blue color and fire is red, then maybe we'll like intersperse the particles to have like a chance to spawn like between the two colors, because you can do like spawn, you can spawn between gradient or something. So we could do something like that, or spawn between colors to, you know, have that thing and have like maybe an electricity sprite or something that we can like part of the particle system spawn like that, or we can initialize particles, like initialize an electricity particle system or whatever. But I think what makes the most sense, well, that's the problem though. Like electricity, if electricity has different particle renderer, like the actual texture, if that is different, I think we're gonna have to do the particle system, but just, you know, I think that's what we're gonna have to do. I don't think that modifying the singular particle system is relevant. I think having it duped is the only way to achieve varying textures, and then we'd have that in some registry for like electricity textures and stuff. That's gonna have to be the one. Okay, so now we can stack effects on top of each other at least. So we could have like a fire ice one or whatever. But let's think about rendering. But we'll do that as soon as I've had my coffee. So I'll just be right back, and you guys just hang in there. Take a chill pill. Admire the two Slorbs, Slorbmeister and Steve, as seen in the movie Minecraft movie. Hey yo, I'm back. Just had my coffee break. Oh yeah, of course Brew Y tunes in right when I start my coffee break. Of course. I want to see if DinMap has upgraded. I guess it hasn't. Still not updated. God damn it. Perfect timing. Tragic story and fan art. Slorb! No! Stop! Oh, he's casting the suicide spell, isn't he? He should have better Sergeant Slorb. Sergeant Slorb Jr.? He cast a suicide spell. This is me when Slorb. This is me when Slorb casts the suicide. Gumble. Is Bro Y here? Because you can witness the first Slorb battle if you're here. But if you're not, then sucks to be you. Okay, so here's the thing. AoE. Create. I think it should be all particle system driven. I think that is the key. But I mean, did you watch it, Daddy Frosty? I mean, it is working. Look, they can kill each other now. They actually deal damage. So let me show you. Let me show you. Look, they're firing bullets. That guy's casting the AoE, firing bullets, casting AoE, and bam, he killed the sucker. Looks like Steve won this round. Yeah, this works. What's the sphere? Yeah, the sphere is the AoE, but I mean, if I increase it, it's actually going to deal damage. Right now, it doesn't deal any damage, but my thinking goes, I want every attack to be particle system driven, because that way, if I basically make a generalized particle system, and I mean, you can use mesh particles too, right? So, but if I make like a generalized particle system per attack, I can then switch out the parameters depending on if it's like a fire, electricity, healing, whatever, and run it through. So maybe if you're using like the spike delivery, right? You can just switch out the colors and maybe the emissive material or whatever on the spikes, depending on if it's like healing or whatever. And then you can use like a seed to make like the different particles appear at different places, so they're not one-to-one. Because otherwise you just get a bunch of overlapping particles. But basically, like, if there's three effects stacked onto this delivery. So like the delivery has a collider, and then inside that collider there's a particle system, if that makes any sense. Like I can show you here. If I remove this renderer, I add a effects particle system, particles, because basically I just have to design one particle system for each delivery. So like one for the AoE, one for the explosion, one for the projectile, one for the spikes, so on and so forth, and then just switch out the parameters of the particle system. But like for an AoE, just fixed radius and we're good. And then I switch out what textures are rendered. For a projectile, it's, you know, maybe it doesn't have to be a particle system for the projectile, but I think it should be a particle system, and then we could like blend, you know, if the projectile is a mesh, we could blend the colors and then have like particles firing off from the projectile, so you can see like if it's an ice or fire, electricity, whatever, you could have like little lightning bolts shooting out of the projectile and fire particles coming up from the projectile. I think that's going to be the move, because then it's entirely data driven, minimal amount of stuff that needs to be done. I just make a bunch of presets, and then I can hook the data up to like an intensity. So like if the electricity is more intense than the fire for an ability, then maybe it shoots off with the electricity bolts fire off with a greater speed from the particle system, and so on, you know? So you can like visually change depending on, does the scale affect the scale of a particle system? So you wouldn't scale the actual mesh then, that's the thing. You would scale only the collider. So it's always 1, 1. What you would change you would change the data of the actual particle system, right? So here in the shape, you can set the radius. So like AoE, it would be a sphere. And this collider right now has a radius of 0.5. If I set this radius of 0.5, they should overlap exactly. Bam. So now they're the same size, you see? So if I just set the radius of the collider and the radius of the particle system to be 1-to-1, Bob's your uncle. And that goes for, you know, if it's like you know, you just you hook it up essentially. Like this, it's the same with like if I'm doing like a cone attack or whatever, you know, like here, like a cone attack. I would just set like a cone particle system and set that the angle of the particle system aligns with the max angle deviation of the actual yeah, get param so you can change vars of the particle system live. Exactly, yeah. So you just live update the particle systems. So you're not doing a weird scaling thing, because that's going to come back and bite you in the ass, I think, if you do that. I think I was using local scale here. We just should be using the... Because then, I mean, I can inject so much style and flair into the particle system. So like if most of the attacks are driven by particle systems, it's going to be really nice. And then keep in mind, I can like stack them, have them running in sequence, have them running repeats, have them running for durations. So like I could have like an AoE that's like 3 burst AoEs. Each burst attacks and damages once, you know? So it's like bam, bam, bam. Or I could have like one super long, like brrr, that lasts long, and then it's like, while that one's running, there's like 3 bursts. Like imagine like a firestorm AoE. Fire spawns around your slorb, and then bam, 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 like 3 shocks in sequence after one another, like 3 shock AoEs. That's kind of sick. Like it's so modular, you can just have it running, and it just, you know. It's just running on its own essentially, and yeah, lots of different attack types. But the thing is, you don't, if you have, I mean, because that's the thing with permutations, right? Simple rules, even a small set of very simple rules can lead to an insane amount of permutations. You know, how many ways can you shuffle a deck? And you introduce enough, you know, 10 different attack types and 10 different elements. Now you have an insane amount of combinations. Like spike AoEs, spike and then bullets, freaking slime, and then like lightning bolts from the sky. You can do so many different things. and you just set it up once, and then the rest is procedural. And then hook that up with the language, and your slorps are going to be doing all kinds of crazy shit. And there could be like silly ones too, like ones that make your slorb grow in size, or one that launches your slorb up into the air. You know, like flinks itself. You can do all kinds of crazy shit. Anyway, let's see here. I think local scale, right? I think we do like, but this is the delivery runners. So private. What is get params though? Oh yeah, get params is not running on the particles. That's so basically what I did is I have my setup goes like this. I think I went over this. So an ability is composed of really three things. First thing is any number of effects. Second thing is any number of deliveries, and the third thing is an amount of links. Yeah, I'm working on it right now. I already have, I don't know, did you see this? The slorps can attack each other already. I can show you. I'll just show Guff this, and then I'll explain the actual architecture. But yeah, so they have like AoEs too, but the AoEs aren't visible. But yeah, they're attacking each other now and killing. But that attack right there is defined in data, and it's not like a prefab. It's just defined in data. So that means that if I want the bullet to be larger or fly faster or fly longer, I can just change the parameters instantly. So what's the game about? Like, it's more like it's I would say it's Pokemon-ish. So you have Slorbs, a team of Slorbs, which you teach spells to. They can have a primary and a secondary spell. The primary spell is going to be stronger than the secondary. But in order to teach them the spells, you have to find scrolls. And scrolls you can buy in the store using the in-game money. But here's the twist. You don't know what the scrolls depict. You don't know what type of spell you're teaching your Slorb. So you use your microphone, you speak into the microphone, and you teach your Slorb the spell by reading like this gobbledygook. You don't know what it is. Like, Leeble Glob, Gloob Gloob, you know? That could be a spell. And then you're using like the record feature. I record your voice, and then the Slorb speaks back to you. Leeble Glob, Gloob Gloob. You know, like I pitch it up. And then that's how the Slorbs cast their spells. So then they get sent into the arena, and they're walking around casting spells by screaming out these things that you've taught them, and then you start seeing like the actual spells being cast. And so, you know, maybe one Slorb you taught them like the suicide spell, so they blow themselves up. Another one you taught like a firebolt spell, so it starts throwing around firebolts at the other Slorbs, and then you just try to win and kill the opposing Slorbs, and then you get money, and you can, you know, buy like trinkets for your Slorbs. You can feed them so they like increase in strength, because some like spells can't be used efficiently unless they're like significantly high level, and it's basically, yeah, that's the game. And then there's permadeath, so your Slorbs can actually die violently and gruesomely, and you'll be sad to miss them. But you can like use some trinkets to maybe like work against this death, you know, like Minecraft Totem of Undying sort of situation. But that's the pitch of the game, right? Teach your Slorb spells by speaking them, but you don't know So the structure I have, because I'm trying to do this data-driven thing, which I haven't really done. I'm doing it a little bit in Penguin Springs, but not really to that great effect, because I mean the entire Penguin Springs is built on top of Penguin Heist, which is not data-driven. So the idea, right, the structure is an ability. The game is built around abilities, right? Because abilities are the spells. And abilities are composed of X amount of effects and Y amount of deliveries. An effect is like something that does something in the world. Like what happens when a delivery collides with something, raycasts into something, gets triggered by something. What happens? So an effect example could be like burn, right? So burn has a damage of 1, and these are the parameters, right? So like effects are composed of parameters. And that's why I have the get param stuff. So effects are composed of parameters. So what composes the burn effect in this case? Well, burn effect is composed of damage, dot DPS, and duration. So it does first an instant damage of 1, then it dot DPS 1, which is 1 damage per second, for a duration of 3 seconds. The electric effect is composed of stun equals 1, which means it does 1 stun status damage, which could be like maybe some Slorbs are more resistant to stun, so like maybe they have like a 2, you know, stun health or whatever, but maybe a 1 will stun instantly. And then it also does elemental damage equals 10, and the elemental damage pays respect to what type of effect. So like this burn thing or electric thing, like I have an enum for effects which describe let's see here where I have them. Enum effect type. So I have these effect types here. So like fire, ice, water, wind, healing, electric, metal, dirt, magic. So like the effect type can affect then like how is the thing going to be rendered like visually, but also for elemental damage you can do like boosts and plus and minus in efficiency against, you know, the Slorbs. But then yeah, we have the second part, which is the delivery, and the delivery also consists of parameters that define how it's going to behave. So like an explosion is the type, right? So the type is explosion, and explosion is a growing AoE. So it is a radius 1 and a speed 10. But if I wanted to add, say, another parameter to this, it could be maybe I could add a initial velocity parameter. I don't know. Maybe not initial velocity. I'm not quite sure. I think explosion, I don't know. Explosion is probably better to be an AoE type. The delivery is, it's not purely visual. The delivery affects affects the collision. It affects when is the effect triggered, essentially. But it also has implications on where will the visuals be rendered. So like a projectile delivery will render on the projectile. A ray delivery will render across the ray. An explosion will render, you know, on the radius perimeter. So that's sort of the implication of the delivery, but it also says like when will it get triggered, and then the link. Yeah, I mean you get it. It's linking. I actually reversed this, so like one delivery is linked up to any number of effects. And I have it set up like this. So I have some abilities, which are just scriptable objects, right? So like here, for example, now I don't know why this is null. That's kind of weird. I do not know why that is null. But if we add a link, we can add also another. So if we wanted to have like first, it shoots a projectile, start delay 0. So you see I render a timeline here. And then this one has a start delay of 1. And this one triggers element 1, which is the AoE. And it's hooked up to the fire. It's not supposed to say null there, but you know. So it says projectile and AoE there. So at second 0, it fires a bullet. Then 1 second later, it triggers an AoE with the strong fire. But I could set it up to not trigger the strong fire, but instead trigger a weak fire. So first it fires a strong fire bullet, projectile, and then it triggers an AoE. But maybe I want to trigger 3 AoEs with a spacing of 0.5 seconds. I could do that. So now it fires a projectile first, and then spaced 0.5 seconds 3 times it fires an AoE. Now we could try this out because I just modified this. This is the strong firebolt, so we'll see if this works. I haven't tried this. This is just theory. So if my code is robust enough, this should just work without issue. If it's not robust enough, it won't. But let's give it a try. Yeah, it seems like the AoE doesn't kill itself. It just, I need to set it to be explosion. I think it should work then. But it seems to be working. Strong firebolt, we'll just change that to be a explosion. They haven't fixed the AoE. I think I want to combine explosion and AoE into the same one. Because really they are the same thing. They are acting in a spherical manner. Yeah, see? So delivery links to a effect. It can link to any amount of effect, which then can call back to the delivery mechanism, or I guess there can be, yeah, so basically, let's see here. The slorbs themselves have let's see. The editor UI is humane UI approved for sure. Hey, nice. So basically, oh, this looks pretty nice from a distance. Uglier when you get up close. So when the loop is like this, I have this ability runner, which is just an instance, a singleton, the ability runner. And the ability runner says, I, the owner, want to spawn this ability. And the ability specification is a scriptable object. The ability specification consists of, we can see here the ability spec. The ability specification consists of a list of effects, a list of deliveries, and a list of links. Every link has one delivery linking to any amount of effects. So that means you can have a bullet that has fire and ice effect. You can have an explosion at the same time fired as the bullet with just an ice effect. Okay. And then, so the ability runner receives this data and then starts a coroutine. This is subject to change, but essentially we start coroutine for each link because each link is running independent of of each other. There's no cross communication between the links. And I don't need any cross communication because of the timeline. I can just inherently see what is going on. There's no any like deadlocks or anything like that, or any race conditions between the links. The links just operate independent of each other. Like you can see here, like when we run this one, like the projectile fires and then the explosion runs, but that's just running on its own timers. So run link delivery receives the ability specification, because we still need that, as well as the link and the owner of the ability. The ability, again, consists of an amount of deliveries and effects. We know which delivery is irrelevant based on the link we receive. And then we first start off by waiting for the amount of seconds until the start delay of the first delivery, which is defined in the delivery itself. And then we also have this handy repeat, which just tells us how many times we should repeat this effect. And then we yield between each repeat for the interval. And then we spawn the effect delivery each time. So when we spawn the delivery, we look at what kind of delivery is this? Is this a projectile, AoE, explosion? What is it, right? And so for the projectile, we spawn the projectile prefab. For the AoE, we spawn the AoE prefab. And all of these delivery prefabs are guaranteed to have these two classes on them. Two mono behaviors. Those two mono behaviors are the effect runner and the delivery runner. So effect runner basically waits until we have collided or triggered or whatever, based on, you know, what the delivery runner. So the delivery runner is like modifying the current state of the collision, the current state of the rendering, like where should stuff be rendered, where are the collisions happening. And then the effect runner is rendering the outcome of that. It's essentially, if you will, the delivery runner is the fixed update and the effect runner is the update, except the effect runner will also execute the actual damage dealt. So it's like, oh, we just collided, so deal damage. Like the delivery runner does things and the effect runner polls based on that state. So the delivery runner might fire a ray. It might update the radius of the collider. Update the, you know, whatever. The current radius of the ability, rather. And then you would extrapolate from that, like what radius should the particle system be, or how long should the particles be fired, or whatever. Shouldn't the delivery do damage? Maybe a callback from effect, or am I tripping? I mean, it's... The delivery, I guess, could do damage based on the effect. It doesn't really matter because they're both on the same object. I mean, because on trigger enter is already a callback, but I guess if you could centralize it possibly in the actual delivery, that would make sense. You could just have on trigger enter not use the actual physics callback there. You would just send that to the delivery, or from the delivery to the effect. Like, hey, damage has been dealt. Do it. Do what you will. But like, you know, effect damage is dealt the same no matter what. Like whether it's a projectile or whatever, you know, if it's a projectile, explosion, AoE, it's dealt the same way. It's described in the effect exactly how the damage is dealt. The data of the effect is describing how the damage is dealt. The delivery describes where the damage is dealt. or when the damage is dealt. So I guess, you know, I should probably centralize the trigger for damage occurring in the delivery then. But that's the system so far. That's the system so far. But yeah, now this should at least that's the AoE. Let's see if one of them fires a bullet. 2, 3, 4. Okay, apparently. I think it's cool though, but I'm the guy who ended up with a M4 that inherits rifle item, which inherits from gun item, which inherits from holdable item held with some. Yeah, and that's what I don't want to do. That's what I don't want to do. So that's, you know, I'm gonna have, it's gonna be a long ass, you know, else if and switch statements in this. But I think that is preferable to a bunch of inheritance. But it's also like such an easily testable system, right? Because it's all data. I can just edit stuff at runtime super easily. I bet you can make a graph-based editor if you split out the damage, maybe have a trigger class that links from effect to some effect. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make some better editor tools for it later down the line, but for my purpose right now, I want to see, is this even fun? So minimal work. Let's see if this is fun. If it isn't fun, I will abandon it. I just got the idea. I latched onto it like a slorb latches onto a scubble. And now I'm just doing it. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Like, you know, something can sound fun, but then the execution ends up being bullshit. I think the thing is, I could limit myself to saying that every single collision should happen in the shape of a sphere, but that won't work if like you have like a freaking firewall or something. I don't know. I could have this and then, you know, would you do get component sphere collider in Awake? I forget. You're like, they say internal references in Awake and then external in Start. Yeah, this is single player. I can't. I'm so tired of multiplayer, dude. And I'm not gonna be able to test it, and you know, I just don't want to launch a buggy game. I like multiplayer, it's fun, but testing is so much bullshit in multiplayer, dude. I just cannot. But we can assume if it's AoE, we can assume it's gonna be a freaking circle collision. We can make that constraint. Let's just say that right away. But it is correct, right? Internal references, Awake, get components and all that. But what about like get components in children in Awake? Is that ever a risk? Because that is, I mean, it's technically an external reference, but because it is a reference to external components. As long as they will always be children. Yeah, you mean that, but I mean you. When you're saying always will be children, is that assuming that they don't unparent themselves in a wake as well? Or what? Yeah, okay. Okay. Now it should just modify the sphere collider radius. But then, I mean, we don't want to extrapolate that from the... I think it's better to just do private float. We'll have to organize this later, but... I'm just trying to get something up and rolling here so we can at least process the... So we say that radius, and then... Oops. Yeah. For like my crafting menu, the main panel has a list of category managers, which have a list of recipes, which links to Text Mesh Pro. Yeah. I mean, I generally don't struggle with this stuff. It's just it is good to be a bit more confident in like what best practice is. I've been using try get component a bit more often, which supposedly is the better option because it can lead to garbage collection overhead in the editor. Doesn't do it in the build apparently. So there it doesn't matter what you're doing. Okay. But the delivery runner sets the radius. But at the same time, the effect runner renders based on the radius of the delivery runner. So this is the thing. Now we need to be on top of things. But we can set this here. This public void trigger damage, and then we can do game object other. And here on trigger enter public void on trigger enter. And we can do this at the start here. Private effect runner. I didn't do that. Yeah, I just don't want this to be a interdependent mess. That is the last thing I want. But I think these are kind of tightly coupled, these two classes. they are. But like the radius should be like, there should be a shared data point. I think that's probably the better idea. Like distance traveled, time since spawns, radius, all these things are data points that should be shared data between both of them. So really there should be like ability data container or something like that. No, I don't think I need paint for this. I'm just thinking we just need a data container. So like these are internal references, but we shouldn't be cross-referencing between the effect runner. I guess we could cross-reference, but we're not pulling data from one another. I guess, you know, it's sort of like you would have you know, the data storage here, which is, you know, data, right? And then you'd have that being pulled from like the effect pulls data from the data storage, and the delivery would also write, right? So they both read from this central data storage point, which could just be a class. It doesn't even have to be a mono behavior. If we can just link it up between the two, we could instantiate just a struct, really. But I guess a class is better because then we can modify it and it will have a shared reference. But we don't need it as a mono behavior, so we can just maintain this as a class. So we just maintain a class of data storage or whatever, which upon creation gets fed and linked up with these two, so they can read and write to it as they wish. But then the delivery still has to send the callbacks. At some point there needs to be some callback. But should that be sent like this? That's the thing. Maybe that's okay. Maybe it overcomplicates things if we don't allow that cross connection. I think that's probably fine. But the actual data is stored here, but then you can make like callbacks and whatever. This seems like sort of an animation graph type thing. Yeah. It's UML. No, it's not UML. But this makes sense, right? This doesn't feel like it's not over architectured. I just want to keep it clean, but I don't want to get into like architecture for the sake of architecture. And I think like you probably could go that route, introducing the callbacks and stuff. Maybe you'd have like some callback handler or whatever, and then you could like trigger and subscribe. So there's never any direct, you could have like a fourth middleman or whatever that does like callbacks, and this guy's like, I subscribe, and this line's, I subscribe. But really, I mean, what's happening is you're still having this, you've just abstracted into a second class. Like this is equivalent. It's the same thing, it's just that they're not bound together. So that feels kind of pointless to me. What do we think? Should effect do damage and VFX though? Maybe you could define a attack type which gets data from data and callback. Yeah, I don't know, like the reason, like, because effect contains the data about what attack type is it, and what's like the damage and stuff, and that like all that data, like what's the intensity of the attack, what effects does it have, is like so tightly coupled with how should it be rendered. That's why I'm thinking, I mean, you could separate it like effect renderer, you know, you could separate it into effect runner, which has an effect renderer and stuff like that as well. But I think maybe I'll just leave it like this for now, and then I could split it up later just to get to prototyping. But I think like a data storage is probably the best way to handle things from the start, at least. So we'll do private or public void initialize, and this should take a private ability data storage, and this is going to be a class. We can put that just somewhere later in the ability spec or something. Public ability data storage. Oh. And then we'll yank from the yeah, I don't think if you want to go, I don't think I need like, because the thing is, I'm not going to be the one authoring these. These are going to be procedurally generated. The reason I'm authoring them is for my what I'm authoring is I'm authoring the parameters, I'm authoring the effect types, and I'm authoring the delivery types essentially, and then the rest is procedural. But even then, I could procedurally generate you know, I could procedurally generate a type of projectile as well, or a type of explosion. That could also be procedural, as long as the parameters exist. You can just procedural from there on. So I don't need to make any sort of advanced graphing tool. It's mostly for my own sanity, to be able to see that, you know, what I have authored is what happens. Cow and Filbert. Hello. But yeah, I think the effect runner could have. I mean, I could separate the effect runner to just run like mono behavior. If I just split it up, I don't need those to be mono behaviors, because then I could have the effect. Like the effect runner would have two separate behaviors, because I mean it is rendering and the attack are very two separate things, but at the same time you would probably want to separate the concerns so that we have one that exclusively deals in the rendering and one that exclusively deals in the damage or the triggering of the effect. So then we could have private data storage. Oh. I guess this needs to get pooled later. I don't know how many like freaking projectiles and shit we're gonna have if like garbage collection is gonna be an issue for us, but we'll pool later if that ends up being an issue. We can pool a bunch of data storages and shit. Allocate enough and then you just take from the pool. Because it would be nice if it can get quite chaotic on the battlefield. Now they have shared data storage. Yeah, I think just a second here. Yeah, I think we could have a Yeah, let's do that. We'll just make private effect executor, and then private effect renderer. And then we'll just have these as separate scripts that we just maintain as pure classes. We'll try at least to maintain them as pure classes, but I don't know, maybe they shouldn't be. I think if we just pass in the data, we can have the effect runner being a mono behavior and the other two can just be pure classes. Although they're going to be quite severely limited. Maybe that's a pointless thing. You can serialize any class even with inheritance. What's the context? Like, what is a... I know I've seen serialized reference, but what is the difference between serialized field and serialized reference? In the case of custom serialized field, this means it serializes only the data belonging to the object assigned to the field rather than a reference to the object itself. But when would you want to do this, for example? I don't know. Yeah, I think I probably want to have it as mono behaviors. It would just be so cool. Yeah, I'm talking, it's runtime data. There's not going to be much data persistence. The only, like, this is, the data I'm talking about here is the data of like an attack or a spell, which is like, it only exists while the spell exists and then it's poof, gone, you know? But I'm wondering though, if I want to yeah, I think it's just it is a nicer feeling because these are so intertwined. You have the runner delegate to the executor and the renderer. I think they should just be mono behaviors. I don't know. It's just it would be nicer. I don't know, like, because you can't do get component or anything like that in the executor. You just need the data to be passed to it in order for it to work with it, right? You can't do game object dot destroy. You have to call the parent class to tell it to destroy stuff. You don't get any of those benefits. Is that cleanliness for the point of cleanliness? Architecture for the sake of architecture. I'm just trying to think if there's any benefits to doing it. The drawback I see is that I'm cluttering the inspector with a bunch of different effect delegations, you know, like this one's responsible for the rendering, this one's responsible for the attack. They should have like private mono behaviors that you don't actually see in the inspector. Does Unity have inline property by default? Inline property. Are you talking about listing these side by side or what? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they have inline property. Oh, private or public. I forget. Does awake, if I instantiate something and in that same frame call like access a private property or private field, is awake called before that? If so, should I initialize this? Like, if I call init in the same frame as the instantiation, is awake called before init? Yeah, it comes after, you think? I'll debug log and check. Debug log. Let's assume it happens after, and we'll just do okay, slorbs. Are there errors somewhere? No. Yeah, I think intuitively it feels like awake does not get called until after. I think on enable might get called first, if I remember correctly. On enabled is called instantly as soon as something is even before awake, right? And we'll just do debug.break here as well. Yeah, I've looked at the execution order many times. Enable is after awake, okay. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Okay, awake runs before. awake runs before the init. Good. Okay, cool. Because that's, I don't think it's nice to do oh. As soon as I type X, it pops up. Yeah. And then we just add that to all the projectiles, and then there's 4 classes, 4 behaviors, which is not so fun. I want to have fewer behaviors on my effect executor and effect renderer. You see, because that's the sad part here. Like, you have the delivery runner, which does one thing, but then the effect runner, delivery runner is one thing, and the effect runner has like 2 babies that it needs to delegate tasks to. But at least it keeps it fairly clean. You know, this one's responsible for these 2, so you get a little bit of a tree structure, you know? You get you know, the projectile, which has like it's essentially effect, and it has these 2 execution and renderer. And then you have the data, which is accessible to everyone, including the rendering and everything. And then you have the delivery. So, I mean, you know, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Unless you would separate into a 3rd class. You could have 3 classes for this. You don't necessarily need to delegate. I mean, because you still need to know, like, what type of delivery system are we on? What type of effect type are we? And that could potentially be written to the data storage. You know? That could be written to the data storage, and then based on that data, the renderer does stuff. But it's just that the data points we define are strictly effect and delivery. We don't define data points surrounding the rendering of them, because the rendering is extrapolated from the effect. So maybe this is a more logical structure. We extrapolate rendering from what type of effect it is. But we also extrapolate rendering from what type of delivery it is. It is both. It is both. God damn it. Okay. Should it be then you would have the effect runner, the delivery runner, and then the ability renderer, because it encompasses everything, right? It encompasses everything. You render the ability, you run the effect, and you run the delivery, but then you render the ability as a whole. because you pay attention to the data storage. You pay attention to the data storage, but you know what type of effect and what type of delivery it is. And then based on the updated data storage, we can pull for relevant rendering points. That is better. Let's stitch this executor and thing. Effect renderer, no, delete. What in the Aladdin is this music? This music is Save Room theme, Resident Evil. Because then we have the holy trifecta of rendering and everything. But the renderer just needs the data. It just needs the data. So it's just reading from the data. That's all it has to do. Sweet. 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 Okay, so here. What do you think about that concept, Frosty? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not keeping up. The idea is, instead of having a freaking effect that delegates rendering and execution, I would just have the holy trifecta, right? Where you have the effect, you have the delivery. So like, you know, power colliders updating and stuff. Then you have the rendering. So the effect deals all things damage. The delivery deals all things collider and like shape. Right? And then the rendering renders. But how does it know what to render? Well, they have a central data storage that they all read and write to. Data-driven development, boys. Looks like a pyramid scheme. It's more like rendering. It looks like a Minecraft pig. Yeah, it's probably. But then, yeah, the microservices-esque design. Yeah, I've never done microservices, so maybe looks like you. God. If I had done microservices, maybe I would have thought of this earlier. I don't deal in patterns, I deal in messes. It's always nice when you're starting up a new project and you can look at everything so optimistically, like, oh yeah, I'm making such good like structural design decisions here. This is gonna be so great. We're gonna have like so much order, and then fast forward 1 month and you've like given up on any sense of order. and then, you know, doomsday approaches where you have to refactor all the poor decisions you've made for the sake of speed. But yeah, effect runner, delivery runner, and then the ability delivery runner. Because the renderer renders based on the whole, and the effect is sort of separate. Because then we can, you know, in the ability data storage. First week of humane UI was clean and concise. Now it's sprawled, but it's still fixable, but I have to replan things. Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, Penguinize is not a dream to work on. It's a lot of legacy code that is very messy. And, you know, I look at that code base and all I think is refactor, refactor, refactor. But somehow I have to still power on through. Right here, so storage dot effect type equals. Well, I guess we could init, no, storage dot effect type. I think that's the key. We need to know sort of what effects stuff we have. Yeah, circular references, dude. I mean, that's like, you know, that is the cardinal sin of the programmer, but for some reason it keeps happening. Yeah, a lot of questionable one-liners, and also the tertiary operator. Like there's so many pointless one-liners and shit that you try to do just because, like, oh, you feel so hacky when you're doing them. Like, oh yeah, I'm a hackmeister because I made this one-liner, but then you go back and it's like, why did I ever do this? Okay. I do want to just make this responsible for dealing damage and for executing effects. Renders and ability based on data available. Just so I can go back to this at any moment in time and not be absolutely confused. Yeah, the new line I always Yeah, well, that's also like the, you know, the early return things can be such a nightmare because you're debugging for an error that happens way later in the method, but you realize you're just returning early in the method at like the top of it, and you have to scroll up. Is it called Gleeble Gumble? Lord Gleeble Gumble, yeah. Seems so. Keep forgetting the name. Lord Gleeble Gumble. This is Lot. This is Lottie. I like Lottie. Okay, um, I mean, I wonder whether or not we do this every line shouldn't really matter. I mean, you would want to... This is going to stay consistent, though. The delivery type is going to stay consistent, and we can switch on the delivery type, and I think having that just... Patricio's response. Ooh. It was very traumatic. However, my imaginary therapist said it would be helpful to draw it. It was very traumatic. Ooh. 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 Yeah, I don't think we need to, because I mean that is... It's not a reference we need to make. So, public or private void render ability. Or I guess render really, it's obvious that it's var ability delivery type equals General Slorb. He exploded as he gumbled the suicide gumble. He got absolutely gumbled. Saved us all? Yeah, he could save everyone, but not himself. Blood and guts everywhere. Start runs before update, so really you'd want to render and start as well. Now, I guess we should have a there should be a index of, or would you just like, you could have identical particle systems and then just index based on child index for the, because if we only, yeah, I think we can just like pool, because I'm assuming we're not gonna have freaking, you know, if we have like a number of children particle systems, so we can call this AOE particles, and then we can do create folder particle systems, and this is AOE particles, and then we can just dupe these, right? And you can just have like 10 of these, disable, and then enable them on start. But let's pull this out. I don't even see the particles. Am I supposed to see the particles? I mean, those I see, but shit. You know what? I forgive you, Frosty. I forgive you. Let's have textures and create a folder. Grass, strider, dirt, bark. I think I have like some particle effects and penguinized. The textures. Yeah, let's start with this one. This is a bullet trail. We can take this and bubble as well. Might as well. breeding should affect things that aren't spells and items. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, if you breed a Slorb, it could like mix the colors of them and maybe like change the shape of them or something. But we'll see how fun it is without the breeding first. We'll see if breeding feels like it's necessary. It probably will feel necessary, but we'll see how fun it is without the breeding first. The colors and the shape, yeah. We'll see exactly. It would be fun, but I think like I have this like, because you see how they're rendered with like the fur thing. It's not really playing nice with like you know, varying like head sizes and stuff. So I don't know if I can do that. I could probably scale them up and down like flat, you know, like make them big and like small, but that will scale proportionally across the entire body. So I don't know. I'll see how far I can go into it. I want it to be more complex, but I'll have to see how the fur thing plays into it, because I want them to look like furry. Rent game? Yeah, it's a rent game. You have to have it as a sprite to use it as a particle? Probably do, right? No. What are they marked as? Default. Oh. Oh, trail fires test. So the AoE because if it's 0, then it's gonna emit to the... Oh no, okay. If it has a start speed of 1 and lifetime of 1, shouldn't it be 1 meters per 1 and then... Oh, that has radius 0.5, but if the radius is 1, then it should potentially die. Okay. Okay, sweet. But like, how do you make it feel like it's AoE? I guess you would have it like that and then start speed like 0.1 or something. But you can't have, unless it's transparent, I guess. Then you could probably render it like that. Okay. Feels like it's not rendering. Is the main renderer not rendering transparency or something? It is rendering everything. Particles split. Yeah, I'm not gonna be live for too much longer, as is often the case. Trying to see. I don't know why the particles. I don't get why the transparent isn't rendering. Like if I plot this onto this one here. Not rendering. Ooh. Yeah, this is just a penguin game. "100% penguin." I love penguins. See, this is a yellow penguin. He's called Slorb, this penguin. You think Godot will be better than Unity? Well, I've heard good things about Godot, especially if you code in Godot with your eyes blindfolded. They say that's going to be great for game development. But I think where the real things, the real money is being made right now, it's actually in those kitty litter boxes that clean out themselves. That's where the real money in software is being made, writing the software for those. Screw GameDev. I'm gonna be making software for the kitty litter boxes. Transparent particles not rendering Unity. See, isn't this kind of weird? I have it set to transparent. It's noticing the... It's noticing where the, like, actual particle is, but it's not, like, not rendering. I know you were lying, but I have no proof. No, this is actually real. I'm not lying. Usually I will lie, but this time I'm actually telling the truth. Make the software for kitty litter boxes using ChatGPT and Claude. And now we're talking. Imagine maintaining such boring code, though. Yeah, well... Why does it not render? Let me try something. I'm gonna be crazy. Yeah, see, that renders. There's something with yeah, it's the outlines. There we go. Sort of. It's that fog that I need to remove. That's fine. Stupid lake fog. It's this one. You know, they say that the guy who coded Doom, he coded it while he was on a cocaine binge, locked in a basement in Peru. So the rumor goes. So if you really want to hit the grind and make a good game, You'll find yourself some grade A cocaine in a basement. Someone willing to lock you into a basement in Peru. And now we're cooking. And then I'd have like a registry for like the colors for abilities and their corresponding sprites. Maybe I'd set it up to be per delivery system, because like some delivery systems would have like trails and other wouldn't, but okay. Let's try this. So just for interest's sake, on the AoE in the ability renderer, if type, oh, I think it is an AoE, right? Let's see here. Like this one's explosion, this one's projectile, but the explosion is of type AoE, yeah. So let's, I think explosion and AoE to me are quite similar. It's really just an AoE with speed, that's what explosion is, so we don't need to, yeah, okay, projectile AoE slime, okay, well then. Yeah, because that one has a speed, that one has a duration. Exactly. Okay. Here, if AoE. So we can initialize by assume there are particle systems below us. So particle system, particle systems. So we can do particle systems equals get components and children, particle system. Particle systems dot for each system dot, and it would be not emission shape, right? Shape dot radius equals storage dot radius. Right, you can't modify it. Our shape equals system dot shape. Shape dot radius equals storage dot radius. Oh, you can't even set it like that? How do you access the module then? Set particle system shape property. There's like some getter or something. Wait, what? But that's not you. That's just modifying. It's not. Is that what you do? Oh, okay. Okay. That's how you do it? That's weird. But you know what? I'll take it. Okay, let's see if this AoE renders. Look. He did the AoE. What's... Oh no, it's growing infinitely. Sir. Why did it keep growing? 1, 2, 3. Wait. Yeah, look, it grows super far. Okay, cool. But then... I'm just gonna make this... effect style registry. And we can do this public struct effect style, which is public color, and then it could be other things like a sprite or whatever. I don't know if this should be... No, they couldn't be in mono behavior, I think. We can just have this as like a static. Because we want to turn it into a dictionary on start. We can just have that in there, actually. Which is an effect type. Although, I mean, if you have the pair, you would have the style, but also for the delivery type. Yeah, I think this is going to be a bit messy if we do it this way. Because this can be like all over the place. We would have... Right, okay, yeah, well, we could do it like this. So like for an effect style, public struct, or public delivery type. Because then we link an effect type to a number of styles based on the delivery type. And then we can do public effect style, default style. So at least there's a fallback style. If we have not yet declared a style, we have a fallback style to go to. But then we need to make a dict that links to a style pair and then be able to dict inside here. Serializable. So really we want to have a public dictionary which takes a effect type and points to a dictionary again of delivery type. Or no, that would maybe be best contained within the struct itself. It would point to an effect style pair. Effect style data, I guess. Effect style dict. Right, because this would be a bunch of these. And then we can have a private effect style. Private. No, we were gonna public, but it's not gonna be serialized visually. It would just change it later. Maybe this should be a class. And then the dictionary, which points a delivery type to an effect style. Effect data dict, because this points to the data storage, and then this points to an actual effect style. Because then we can use the fallback if we want to. And then on awake, effect, we have, public effect style data, and we iterate through these. Dot for each. Effect dot add effect type, which maps to effect style data. But then also effect style data effect style data dot styles add style, but not just style, it's the style dot type. So that would be it, because now we've initialized both dictionaries. Okay, and then we can do a static registry instance this, and now we can say here particle systems, right? This is interacting. Okay, our color equals particle systems dot color system color over lifetime. Emission color by speed over lifetime. Main. Main dot color dark color equals, and now we can pull for each effect, essentially. Because we have all the particle systems, do we assume that the children are always particle systems? I guess we kind of have to. For each effect, it maps 1-to-1 onto a particle system. That's the thing, because we could have ice fire. So, so particle systems is really not that get components of children. Particle systems is rather a list particle system. Or no, we can initialize it. We can say particle system equals this, and then we can say var effects equals storage dot effects references, the amount of references to effects, and transform for I is equal to effects count, I guess. Effect count. Transform dot get child effect count. Particle systems I equals get child dot get component particle system. And we can say here, new particle system of length effect count. Amount of particle systems is also the amount of effects. And then here in the delivery type, we do for I is less than particle systems dot length. Our system equals particle systems I. Our effect equals storage dot effect references I. There we go. And then main color is equal to effect is equal to the effect style registry dot instance effect data right, and our effect style equals effect style registry dot instance dot try. Try get value. I mean, we can assume that the effect is in there. Every effect exists at least once. So the effect style is equal to the effect data dict by the effect spec type. Effect style data, and now var effect style is equal to effect style data dict dot try get value, for which we try get the value of the delivery type out var style. And then if yes, we bring style, otherwise effect style data dot default style. And then d4 there, and we can write it. Effect, not void, effect style get effect style for a delivery type and effect type. All right. Yeah, I'm probably gonna clock off very soon. I just need to get this color thing right. Return effect style. And then our effect style equals get effect style, for which delivery type and the effect dot effect spec dot type. And now the start color should be the effect style dot color. Oops. Effect style dot color. Could this be it? Could this be it? So now we could introduce another effect. Yeah, see you around. Have a good one. I'm gonna try to introduce another effect. So we're gonna have like ice and fire. So it should be rendering like blue and red. I don't see any errors. So let's see here. We go into the Gumball and we have the effects here. So here we have fire, but we can also have one ice. We call this strong ice, which also just does damage or whatever. Okay. And then we just need to have the effect style registry. And then depending on effect style data. There we go. And then we have here for fire, ice, water, blah, blah, blah. I mean, we could probably externalize this to a scriptable object. That's probably nicer because then we could potentially change it at runtime and have the settings carry over. But let's, for the sake of testing, we'll start with there, and then that's the default style. What does nil mean? Should I have nil as a type when it's undefined? Or I can just have it be undefined. I'm gonna have like undefined. Why does nil mean null? I mean, nan means not a number. Okay, it's undefined. Sweet. And then we can add another one, which is ice. Default style should be blue. Like ice, sort of cold. There we go. Nil means 0. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's go over the effects again. Just fire, ice, deliveries here. Yeah, this should be... See, that's the dangers of enums. If you add an enum before the other enums, you change the order of shit. Very dangerous. I might need to change that enum to a scriptable object. No, I'm going to keep it enum. I'll just make sure to not change the order in the future. Undefined should be the first one though, obviously. Okay, so this slorb should only have the weak fire. Oh, strong firebolt, and then this is the... I always manually set the enum values because, yeah, I probably should do that. Maybe that's the better future-proof. Strong fire, strong ice, AOE. Oh, this should be an explosion. Has, I don't know, a 2 times repeat. Control 0.5, and it should there, and we can remove that link, and that should have a weak fire, strong ice. There we go. So now one of these should have a blue looking AoE and the other one should have a red looking AoE. Let's see. Oh, did I even attach it to him? I didn't attach it to him. Here you go, Mr. Slorb. Have this strong ice AoE. There we go. Ice Slorb versus Fire Slorb. Who will win? Oh, okay, that color is not really changing, is it? I mean, it's getting some null reference thing. Get effect style. Effect style dictionary. Oh, that one's not set to anything. Equals new. Never forget to initialize your dictionaries, people. But also, I mean, it's running a emissive color, so it might be that I need to change the actual material, because sometimes the emissive doesn't carry over to the color of the particles is not emissive. The emissive happens on the material, so we'll see if there's any shift in color. If there is a shift in color, it's probably minimal, but we'll see. Okay, I mean, we can do this. Wait, there's no difference here, but we can look at the actual particle systems. Okay, I mean, that one's being set to... Okay, interesting. Well, I'm getting a phone call here, so I'm just gonna say goodbye, guys. Thanks for the stream. No outro. Or maybe there is an outro. Sure. Have the outro. Bye, guys. Have a good one.